All right, howdy folks, and welcome to Always NES Awakening. My name is Paul. I go by Infiniteous Lives, and this is stream number 9. We are making a fan port of Always Awakening for the NES. Last time I started doing a recap at the end of the videos, and they're useful for people that watch us on YouTube afterwards. So if you happen to be watching this right now on YouTube, I have links in the description to the time in the video where you can just click on it and it'll skip to the recap that's probably about 5 minutes long. And I might realize I can do that. I can also have links to certain times, which I might do if we cover certain topics at certain times, to link to that in case it might be useful to somebody someday and not have to watch all those hours. So last time we made some decent progress. We have mostly decided to stick with CA65. I was kind of trying out where my task manager. We were mostly initially was starting with C, using CC65, and as the more I played with it, the less I liked it. And so wanted to try just CA65, starting with Brad Smith's CA65 example. And most of the stream last week was using it, and things went well. I'm getting some of the dust cobwebs out of my assembly skills. I have a long way to go, but anyway, so with that progress, getting our heads-up display and a Sprite 0 hit to switch the CHR banks. We're now on CN-ROM, which gives us 4 CHR banks for more tile sets. I'm committed enough to CA65 to have created a Git project, and I just made that this afternoon and committed our progress so far. And this week I want to start working on scrolling. With that heads-up display needs to be consistently there, not moving, and then we want the playfield to scroll right and left between playfields, mat or screens, and up and down. I thought of, so I've kind of been thinking about different scrolling, different mirroring options. I would like to avoid four-way scrolling, since I don't think this is really would make good use of it. And I'm not 100% sure that there's going to be a CHR RAM on the board. My first thought is to go with, well, we might be able to map in this horizontal and vertical scrolling, but I don't know about that, and it isn't necessarily the best option, because with the heads-up display complicates things. Single screen mirroring is actually a nice option, which we would get available on MMC1, or doing like a NROM or something. But single screen mirroring, we have the heads-up display on one name table and the playfield on another. That makes it easy in terms of the heads-up display, and potentially if we basically brought the screen split down for the text, the storylines that come up or whatever, words escaping me, but that'd be, if that was basically part of the heads-up display, that would make single screen beneficial. Comes with the drawback of when we scroll, we're going to have artifacts on left and right, or one of those. Scrolling up and down should be relatively easy because we'll have 4 rows of buffer from the heads-up display in the vertical scroll. And that might be the best way to go. The having artifacts on the left and right for scrolling, I'm not that concerned about, considering that it's not a constant scrolling game. It's just scroll to the next screen, so it's more of a visual effect to have that scroll. And glitching is on the artifact glitches is, a characteristic that's of the system. The only other option that I haven't completely decided against is just using I always forget the different everything's backwards. So single screen, this is what I was talking about. We could just have one name table for the heads-up display and map or control to switch back and forth, have the play field on the other. Vertical mirroring arranges the name tables horizontally. So this makes it so we can scroll left and right, and we can remove all of our artifacts. If we wouldn't have any artifacts if we use vertical, but doing vertical is going to be a challenge for the heads-up display, because imagine the heads-up display was here. We're in name table A, and we want to scroll down to the screen below. Our heads-up display is going to scroll out of view. So we'd have to have a split there in scrolling. So in some respects, doing that would be somewhat similar to single. I mean, we might be able to handle that in a single screen manner. I don't know. When we're scrolling up and down, the heads-up display could be on the other name table, and this screen scrolls. I didn't really think about that previously being an option. I was thinking about having to keep redrawing the heads-up display, but part of me says vertical's what I'd like to do. That's what I'm going to go for. It's the simplest in terms of the hardware, just because it's a wire jumper on the PCB, and it's one of the more popular choices, but that's not necessarily why I'm doing it. So we're going to go for vertical mirroring, horizontal arrangement. Now, I don't know how far we're going to get with this. Read through the PPU scrolling document last week to try to start to wrap my head around how we're going to do this. The general, so right now in the code, so this is our infinite loop here, which starts executing when the NMI returns. Yes, Memler's just saying banked four-screen has the best of both styles. And yes, but the biggest drawback with anything four-screen is that it doesn't work on clones. Depending upon your goals, that's, I mean, it's a drawback. And part of me, well, so I might have said before you came in, Memblers, but I'm not 100% sure that I'm going to have CHR RAM on the board. There's a good chance, but maybe I don't have CHR RAM. Maybe I'm using CHR ROM. It's possible to get artifact free. Whether or not it is not necessarily that important to me because it's between just scrolling between rooms. But it's entirely possible to do vertical and make it all work. So it's probably the hardest goal or highest I can set my requirements. We're just going to see how it goes. Maybe I'll change my mind depending on how difficult. So yeah, our infinite loop starts executing after from the return of NMI. We could still be in NMI though. Go ahead and select CHR bank 0, which is our heads up display bank. And then we're waiting. We have to wait until we're outside of VBlank before we can start checking for the sprite 0 hit. So this loop checks that the sprite 0 flag is clear, and then we end up in this loop waiting for it to be set, and our sprite 0 is right here. It's hard to see, but the very end of the heads up display, and then we have a scan line of glitching because it's showing the tiles of that location, which happen to be these vines. Anyway, so once we get that sprite 0 hit, we set the CHR bank to 1, and that is where our playfield name table is. So anyway, you can see them here. Heads up display, CHR bank 0, and the Forsaken Valley. Hey Zorgenheimer, how we doing? Thanks for stopping by. So we're gonna shoot for vertical, and right now, what do I even have? Yeah, vertical. Okay, so we're doing everything in name table 0. I think I'm trying to decide which I want to do first, vertical or horizontal scrolling. I think let's go for horizontal scrolling. So let's scroll to the right or left. So this is basically what we need. We need a split XY scroll. We could just do the split X scroll now, scrolling left to right. So let's look at this. The X scroll can be changed at the end of scan line. Components of V and T. Scroll registers by rights 2000, 2005. First right alters the horizontal and is updated immediately. T does not get updated in the line. Option 2005 is inconsequential, but the Y split. So we have, we talk about the skinny on scrolling. We've got basically 4 registers, and they're not even all registers, but V, the current address, T, the temporary address, and then we have a fine scroll X, and then the toggle. Find scroll Y is part of these VTs. So what is this? Rendering is enabled. The PPU increments vertical position V. Incrementing Y. Where does it say? Is each. Here it is. So if rendering is enabled at the end of V blank, shortly after horizontal bits are copied from T to V at .257. Copy bits from T to V, completing the full initialization from V to T. So I don't know why they call T a temporary. V gets copied into T. V feels like a temporary to me, but anyway, what's George saying? Yeah, I haven't. I'm a messin newbie. Fixes, so I haven't ran into that memory leak yet, but thanks for letting me know. If I have to check that out. So let's see here. So there's certain timing. We need to make sure that these writes happen where we update the scroll registers. At the two of the writes have to happen in horizontal blank, but the other ones don't have to, from what I recall. So the event viewer that shows the timing of events for the frame. Okay, yeah, I don't even really know what the event viewer is yet. I'm sure I'll have to learn quick here though. So maybe we'll just start with the scroll split X, even though we're gonna have to get fancier to do the Y. Yeah, so we can change the X scroll at the end of the scan line when the horizontal components of V get reloaded to T. We make writes 2000, 2005 before the end of the line. First write 2005 alters the horizontal. The course horizontal doesn't get updated to the end of the line at that. During dots 208 to 304, I think. Second write is inconsequential. Changes. Yeah, like Storage saying is there, we got to turn the PP off, change Y, then turn it back on. And you have to watch out for OAM corruption. Yeah, outside V blank. So right now, we know in our code, when we hit this, we set the CHR bank, we change the CHR bank, we're somewhere, I think we can see the, what's going on with my debugger here. Oh, it's running. I thought, so it looks like my bank switch is happening somewhere around V blank or H blank. So we might have to move this to the left. Let's start by doing that. So here's our sprite 0. So my X position, hey Kowitsa, how are you doing? So let's Let's move this. Move our, well, and actually, trying to think. So we have to, oh, you can see exactly when it happens. Control E in the debugger. Oh, look at that. Let's see here. I don't know what any of this stuff means. Okay, so PPU register writes reads. Okay, so that's my VBlank or my NMI code. Reads. Okay, so there's my polling. Polling for sprite 0. Yeah, I like the twitchy. Okay. So there's our polling. Mapper register write. So yeah, so this is when we're setting, this must be when we set CHR bank to 0. And then we poll waiting for the end of VBlank. Keep polling. Well, at some point, value 5e, value 5e. At some point right here, value 1e. So that's sprite 0 flag getting cleared, so we know now our code's down there anyway. So now we're polling for when the sprite 0 hit happens. And there's the right to change the CHR bank. So there's our sprite 0 hit. Scan line 30. And that we have jitter. So yeah, that's happening somewhere between .30 of the scan, or 300 of the scan line, and 318. Yeah. And I think there's, well, I think that's the best way to do it. You don't necessarily have to, but let's see here. We have to, the thing I'm trying to remember is the timing of turning the PPU off. I think we have to we want to turn the PPU off towards the end of the scan line. And then make the writes. So the first write 2005 should usually be made as close to the end of the line as possible. Before the start of HBlank, when the course X scroll is copied from T to V. Yeah, so 2005 write has to be close to the end of the line, but before HBlank, because about 4 pixels of timing jitter are normally unavoidable. 2005 should be written a little early. Once HBlank begins, it's too late. Resulting glitch at the end of the line can be sealed. Yeah, Coach is saying marked breakpoints feature. Oh, that's nifty. Gosh, what doesn't Messin do? That's what I want to know, because I think it's everything. Let's see here. Draw cursor. Where's my main? Set CHR bank. Oh, that doesn't look right. That should be 1. Oh, jump. Oh, no, we loaded A, then we set CHR rank. That does it. Yeah, the emulator, we always went back to the 90s. I wasn't even around in the 90s. I mean, I was around, but I wasn't doing this stuff. It took me another decade plus. Okay. Anyway, so let's test this out here. So a marked breakpoint. So it's just a regular, oh, marked. I'm guessing that's what that is. There it is, marked breakpoint. Does it disappear now? Oh, it's still marked. I removed it. Looks like it. Okay, that's cool. Sweet. Thanks for the tips. All right, and I'll watch my memory usage here. Yeah, it doesn't have to be enabled. Just check the M box. That's nifty. Okay. So let's wrap our head around some of this timing here. So the first 2005, right, close to the end as possible, but before H blank. Yeah, done in order of 2006, 2005, 5, 6. Yeah. Or maybe the thing I was thinking about when I was commenting on members is for the course where you don't need, you may as well, but anyway, let's see here. So in this example, form 2 writes each 2006, set the scroll X and Y. And this is how it all maps. To those writes. So somewhere on here, trying to remember which writes have to happen when 2005. The first write. Let's look at that. No, that's. Wait. So do we have to turn rendering off? I don't think we do. Only turn rendering off if we're updating the palettes, if we're trying to change palettes. I don't think we have to turn off rendering. I was looking at too many things. Zorcher's saying that, but I know he's working on palette, mid-screen palette updates too. So the split score XY, which we are going to have to do, 4 writes. Last 2 writes should occur during horizontal blanking. Okay, so that only matters if we're doing a split Y, I think. Let's just try this. So 2005 needs to happen before H blank. So we're trying to move. Sprite 0 hit happens here. And where does the first line of code? So this is the first code line. This is the first instruction that gets executed after the Sprite 0 hit. And we don't actually want. Is this a register write? It's way out there. Yeah, we need the register write to be after. We don't want the register write to occur while this line is rendering. So let's put it before. And really, this bank switch can happen pretty much any time during this line as long as everything's black. So what do we want to write now? Brad's example has some scrolling. Trying to remember. Broke it. Not sure why we broke it, but I don't know if I care. His example should scroll. Make sure I don't have any breakpoints or anything set. Looks like I crashed it. What's it doing? So gamepad. So start. So holding start scrolls. Select. I think it turn off rendering so it can manually update the entire name table. Oh, I think we're getting stuck in an infinite loop because rendering is off. Probably. And am I ready? I want my code to only happen when rendering is on. At least I'd like it to. To turn rendering off next to NMI. So PPU off. Stores a 2 in NMI ready. And if NMI ready is 2, then NMI code turns rendering off. If one to push a PB update, 2 to turn rendering off, and 0 is not ready. So and then it sets up the background. Wait for user to release select before continuing. So I think we can use NMI ready to only execute our code. If NMI ready is 1, then we execute code. If we don't, we just skip past it. Okay. Get my anyway. So let's try that. Oh. Fix the scrolling, but we're not getting our sprite 0 hit anymore. I don't actually understand his So if it's 0, it's not ready, we don't do an update. If it's 1, we turn it off. I'm sorry, if it's 2, we turn it off through 2001 and we go to end. The update's complete, it gets set to 0. So and am I ready is not really good. I'm just going to make a new variable. And if it's 1, then rendering's on. Okay. Still broke it. Why? Did my new labels not load here? .46 a.m. Oh. I'm loading the right ROM, aren't I? I'm loading the wrong. Yeah, build. That's right. Oh, LDA. There we go. So start buttons hit. Rendering on is 1. Oh, but I don't think it's actually been turned off yet. No, it should have been. It should only... And then we're stuck there. But I don't understand what the problem is. Because if I But start shouldn't be turning rendering off even. Start's not turning rendering off. Select is turning rendering off. So we change scroll. Okay, so here's scroll in. This is an NMI. I don't understand. Well, and I thought the problem was because rendering was off, but I don't even think rendering's off. So even if my variables, I'm creating an infinite loop, I'm pretty sure, but with my sprite 0 hit, but I don't know why. Yeah, I saw that, but what did it? Let me. I don't even think it's it though, because like I say, rendering's not off. Some reason when you hit start and it starts scrolling, rendering or the sprite 0 hit breaks. The sprite 0 hit doesn't work. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I think I know why now. It starts scrolling, and now my sprite 0 does not align with an opaque boundary, and so the sprite 0 hit doesn't happen. That's why. It's working. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's do this. I don't know if this will fix it. I wonder if we just make our sprite 0 big. OpenCHR. Yeah, I think. Well, at least scroll for a couple of lines. I don't think there's the heads-up display is the only place where there's blank. And I was thinking after the stream, I'm like, you know what? Just leave sprite 0 and eyesore as one big sprite, and then when everything's working great, then make it. It's easier to see. Yeah, it happens sooner. But yeah, where are we hitting? It's doing something. What's our... Why doesn't it... It doesn't look like... There's opaque. I don't know. I don't know why that happens. I don't know if it's opaque, but our sprite 0 hit's not happening for whatever reason. When is it? Is there a hotkey for reset and play, like with the debugger open? I can just hit Control R reset and F5 for continue. Control R F5. Still not ideal. I don't get why. Oh, is it when I... No, it's not when I let go. It seems like when it gets into the other name table. Anyway, I'm not going to worry too much about it. Oh. Oh, no. Well, if our bank switch never happens, then... Oh, okay. Now I know why. All of these are background 0. And we're on... Okay. Yep. Sprite 0 hit's not happening because which tile are all these guys? If we just change that tile D5. Oh, that doesn't look right. Why didn't it? Let's close that. Oh, I'm in the sprite. Wait, no. Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm in the sprite. I'm in the wrong name table, or in the wrong pattern table. And I don't even think I actually saved it. I need to be in the head. So here's D5. Okay. Come on. Damn it. It's not there. What is the deal here? Let's look at our... It's not, my change isn't there. Save CHR. This should be heads up display CHR. Save. Yes. Okay, there's a change. Okay, it did that, but the other name table is all black. Because what's in the other name table? It's all tile index 0. Because we haven't initialized it. So let's do that. So my setup background selects the first CHR bank, which I shouldn't need to do. So first name table is done there. Let's have setup background have an argument. So we'll reset the latch with LDX. Right, 21. Oh no, 24. Okay. Oh. Oh, good point. That's why I got you here quite soon. Hex. Man. There's something to be said for having eyes over your shoulder. let's see here. And our viewer, I think this guy's small, this guy's so big. Oh, kind of has to be, I guess. All right, so we load both name tables. Now, we can scroll for some period of time. There's these tiles are something else. Oh, and they're all black. Yeah, that's where like my clouds and stuff are. Anyway, I'm not going to worry too much about that. We can scroll for some period of time anyway. And we're scrolling right to left right now, so as long as we don't scroll into that part, it works. It's just these tiles we end up hitting and it breaks it. Yep. Sticky keys. How do I turn this damn thing off? Disable the keyboard. Turn all these guys off. I know what I'm doing, Windows. Yeah, and show warnings if that somehow ends up on. Okay. So we have some scrolling, and all Brad scrolling does is increments, scroll XY. Yeah, so I'm not the only one that has to dig deep in this stuff. Yeah. It's only a few registers, but there's a lot of that limited access to all that stuff that's going on inside there. Okay, so scroll XY just gets, if you push start, it just increments it and it wraps it around. And so that's great, but we don't want to do that. When X rolls over, toggle the high bit name table select. So we're just going to scroll Y for now. Or I'm sorry, scroll X. Hit start, scroll X, and then there's a wraparound for name table select. Yeah, superintendent's not like this. Separate registers and everything. Yeah, well, that and hardware became cheaper. Transistors anyway. Let's see. So here's where Brad's, oh, and we might actually still want to do that, but that might be an issue of rendering being on and sprite 0 hit. Probably. So I'll leave the code there, but yeah, this is Brad's stock CA65 example. So it's all here. Handy stuff. Okay. So he loads name table, keeps the lowest bits, keeps all the lowest bits, and then he sets those values for 2000. Yeah, so keeping NMI enabled in the background. Or no, that's sprite select being on name table or pattern table, the second half. Pattern table 1. And then load scroll X, stores in 2005. I already know that state of the latch, scroll X, scroll Y, and then enables rendering. Oh, yeah. So you've got to do that at the end of your NMI, right? No matter what you do, 2001. No, that's not. What am I thinking of? Or you just always have to update scroll at the... I think the second bit of OR A is increment mode. Oh, is that what it is? I think it's this guy here, sprite pattern table address for 1000. Yep. So anyway, reset disables rendering. So does that. And turns running. I don't think that's necessarily needed, but that's the thing that when you call PP update, it enables it. So it's not really ready to scroll. So we don't want to do these things. Well, we do. We want to set the scroll to the top of the heads up display. Yeah, off by a bit. So to do that, load 0, the scroll X and Y are going to be 0 also. So that will have it so each frame starts at the NMI will set the scroll point to the top of the HUD. At least it should. Let's just run that. Okay. And my scroll is not going to work because I got rid of all that code. Or bread scroll is not going to work. Okay. So now we wanted to move sprite 0 so that we can start making our writes before H blank. Now scroll X should still be incrementing. Oh, it's still held. I forget, how do we... Oh, here it is, profiler. Check that out. Push start, release start. X scroll right there. Yeah, so it increments when we hit start and resets it back to 0. And we can still use that scroll name table variable, but that's the play field name table. Okay. So yeah, so this is basically a 9-bit number. Because 0 to 256 for one name table, and then okay. So NMI set our scroll for the heads up display. We wanted to move, like I said, hour and a half ago. Anyway, did we actually move it? It was like here, so now it's there. Where's our profiler? We got 2 PP viewers up. What was it? Control E? It sort of said, yeah, Control E. There's NMI. Is there a way to skip to this breakpoint? Where is go to location? Oh. Turn those off. We want thanks for the follow there, members. We want here. This is where we're doing our things. LDA1. Okay, we want to mark that guy. No breakpoint. So this is our breakpoint. We need to move it more. This is our register, right? Gosh, messing is so awesome. Okay. We don't, because I made the sprite all massive, everything's happening a few scan lines up, but we won't worry about that for now. Well, I guess to some degree. Anyway, I don't want to create the infinite loop. And I don't know how else to deal with that right now. Without writing a bunch of code. Sprite 0 hit. Here's our breakpoint. So this is happening a little bit before H blank, but not much. And then this is our register write. So this is basically the end of our code. So we still have quite a bit of time to fit our things here. Although we're going to have some jitter. But still, it's happening sometimes over here. So we need to move it something like 16 to 20. So E0. Let's try C0. It was E. Maybe I shouldn't be using hex because I can't think well enough. So we were E0, 224, and we want it to happen like 250 or so. So 268 minus 250, so we're 18 too big. So 224 minus 18. 206. Try that. Oh, it's just tools. There it is. Okay. So 206. So there it's well before. Let's just go with that for now. So it's happening as late as 224. It appears .224. Let's just comment that. Is that what I said? 224? 242. Okay, so our code is happening about when we want it to execute. Oh, I added an extra instruction in there. Anyway, so what do we want to write? So just look at this X and Y for now, because I think because we're gonna get a glitch. But we should be able to clean up the sprites or whatever. Figure that out. Let's make it work first. I'm just gonna do this. Keep it simple. All right. So the first right alters the horizontal scroll. Optional second. Yeah, you don't actually need this one, but it changes the toggle, the latch. Changes to make T will be ignored at the end of the line. However, it resets toggle W. Write 2000 if needed to set the high bit of scroll X. Yeah. Which is base name table. So So let's just go ahead and have an LDA. Oh, well, we don't. Do we already know that it's clear because we did an LDA of 2002? Yeah. Actually, trying to figure out. So we only need to. All you need is a 2000, 2005 to update the scroll. Because the first write updates the X. So I think if we never do the 2006, yeah. It appears that simple. We don't have to do the 2005, right? The second one. So we literally only need to do a 2005 and then 2000. I think it sounds too simple. What was that? Scroll and MT. But there's other things we got to put in there. I really don't think this is going to work. It can't be that simple. Oh, look at that. Wow. Okay. That was it. Yeah. I don't I can't believe okay. I can't believe it was that simple. I don't know, it's like one of these things you never do it and you're like, oh, scrolling is hard, scrolling hard. And scrolling is hard. I'm not saying it's not, but like it's not everything about scrolling is that hard. I mean, it's just writing the registers. Where it really gets hard is updating name table stuff, but dang. Okay. That was easy. Now, if we want to scroll the Y, it takes 4 writes. So name table number to 2000. Let's just then we write 2005, the Y and the X, low byte of name table address 2006. The last 2 writes should occur during age blank. So I don't think we care. Let's look at our event viewer. PPU writes. So our breakpoint, we write to 2005. We write to 2000. So the first write with this timing will be outside of before age blank, and only the last 2 need to be in. So we'll move it around, but okay. I mean, I guess part of it is like we already had the timing set up, so like that was part of why it was easy, I guess. Halfway knew what I was doing. So I don't, anyway. The thing is I don't actually need to scroll the X and the Y at the same time. My room change is either going to be scroll to the right or the left, or scroll up or down. So that code should be good enough to do what we need when we're scrolling left and right. Still have to clean up the timing and stuff, but okay. Okay, so the first so I'm going to comment this code out. Does CA65 have block comments? CACC CA Shouldn't be nested, but it looks like we can do it. Let's. My Vim is not recognizing it, which is annoying. I could change my. What? Oh, I didn't like that. Expecting. See comments. The following features are available. See comments. Anyway. If it doesn't natively do it, I don't. Let's just comment it out for now. Anyway, we don't want variables to say scrolling in X or scrolling in Y. But we'll not worry about that now. Okay. So name table number shifted by 2. That is 0004. So with vertical mirroring, we've got the heads-up display right here in 2000. Now, if the current play field is rendering in name table 0, it's down here, and when we scroll up and down, so as soon as what's going to happen is we're going to start to see the heads-up display pop up from the bottom. We can have the heads-up display at the top, but as soon as it starts, the heads-up display is also here, it's going to start becoming visible. So part of me says whenever we're scrolling up from the bottom to if we had the other play field, if the play field that we're in is in both name tables, if it was in both name tables, then we're not going to collide with the heads-up display, and we would have 4 tiles worth, the heads-up display's worth of buffer space. And so we could just always, can we have the currently selected play field always be name table 1, and then so scrolling left to right, it'll scroll into the first name table, and once it's done, we can update the second name table and swap them so we don't see it. So we always go back to a default of the second name table. So whenever we or scrolling left to right. As we get close to the left edge or the right edge, we load the name table A with the next playfield. So we scroll into it. Once we're in it, then go ahead and copy the playfield into B and switch back over to B. Now while we're in B, we're back at our default position. If we have to scroll up and down, we can do that. And we don't have to have the heads-up display in our way. I think that's what I want to do. And we don't have to worry about redrawing the name or the heads-up display. It's just the heads-up display is always in name table 0 in A. And we're by default, the playfield is in B, the second one. And we can draw whatever we want in the top 4 lines, or anywhere really. But we have to, and here's the, okay, so here's part of it. So let's say we're in name table B, our default. And we're scrolling down. So we would draw the top of the we would draw the top of the next playfield in these first 4 lines, and we would scroll into it. But once we're fully there, the thing is we're not actually, so we would be, the top of the playfield would be here, and the bottom would be here. So the bottom 4 rows would be empty. We're not actually prepared to scroll right and left. I have to fix that. But but that should work. I'll turn my heater on here. It is warmer today. Melting snow out there. Got some rain today, quite a bit. Thankful it wasn't snow. Okay. So maybe try to write some of this down. Maybe not. Let's just do it. Let's scroll the Y. We're going to see the heads-up display, but we haven't started dealing with the name tables. Okay. So with that plan, we just want to keep scroll name table as a default of 0, but anyway. So the name, yeah. So for the X scroll, we're scrolling into the other name table. But for the Y, we're always so LDA 04. Because it's the name table. Left shifted by 2. STA 2006. And we are gonna have to do this faster than LDA STA, but let's just write the code first and then so the scroll X I mean we still it should always be 0 when we're doing Y scrolls, because the name okay, and then the low byte of name table address to 2006. Which is that? What? The low byte of the name table address, which is the Y scroll ANDed with F8, shift by 2, and X shift by 3. The last 2 writes needs to be in H blank. Okay. So those other ones can happen outside of H blank. Yeah, so the low byte of the name table address, which So 24 is the high byte, but it's these. So like here's 0, 0. And then this is 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0, I think. So that's the Y position ended with F8, bit shifted by 2, and then OR in the X position. But X, we want to be 0. So none of this timing is going to be good. If A still has Y scroll up here, we can use X to write 0. So we just need to shift it by 2. Or roll, whatever. What are these? Rotate. Rotate left. Roll A. Rolla. What's that do with the... The carry is shifted into bit 0, and the original bit 7 is shifted into carry. What about an arithmetic? ASL. Shifts bits left by 1 position, 0 is shifted into 0, and 7 is the carry. That's what we want. So we actually want not a rotate. Arithmetic shift left. (2006). Now, I don't think the timing is going to be right, but so we can prepare for the last. So A is going to contain these two. We just got these 2 writes, one after another. All we need is these 2 writes to happen at the right time, I think. I don't know where we're going to be at right now. It's probably going to be... we'll just see. All right, I'm going to soil myself if this works. First try. So we have the top of the, yeah, we have it. It's at 0. Really, we want it a little bit below, but let's see what happens. Nothing. Okay. Where are our writes happening? What's this guy? Probably too late. That's the register, right? These are happening in H-blank. And even so let's see. This is the breakpoint. We had 2006, 2005, 2005. Oh, wait a second. I don't think we're incrementing scroll Y with the start button. So maybe it's working. I don't know if you can call this first try, but because it was updating. Got something happening. So what's going on there? It's scrolling in the X and the Y, I guess. So it's scrolling in the Y in the way that we want. And it's doing some scrolling in the X. Now, it looks like maybe we got some coarse scrolling in the X. Y, X. Something tells me this is what we're messing up. Let's make sure we... What about this though? Oh no, that's right. That's a heads-up display. Because our heads-up display stays like we want. So name table number 2006, done. Y to 2005, done. Oh, I didn't and it. I didn't and it like I should have. So and F8 and then bit shift. Come on now. Look at that. First try. Not really. But dang. Why does it skip like that sometimes? It skips like that every time. What's going on there? Don't know. Don't know if it matters. Because, so, the way this is set up is scroll Y always gets reset to 0. Which means that it's expecting the top of the playfield to be here. Really, we don't want that to default position because we can't scroll left into the other screen with it there. Because our X scroll wouldn't be clean. It would be off by 4 pixels. So let's just do this. How'd our timing look? We added 1. They appear to be well within each blank. These ones we don't care about, just these two. Oh, is it something to do with the attribute tables? Might be. I don't know. Anyway, take it as a win. So let's reset the scroll Y. So when we release start, scroll Y gets set to 0. But really we want it to be 4 tiles down. Oh. Does my scroll Y have a... Yeah. Look at that. That's where that jump comes from. Rapsit scroll at 270 or at 240. I commented that wrap out. Some glitchy stuff could be related to the, yeah. And that's what we just probably typed out just before I figured it out. Okay. I think that's what's going on. I commented that out, but I didn't really need to. But let's fix this. So really we want it to be like 32, right? 8 times 4. Okay. So it's up a little bit. It's up about a tile, but I think that's because my sprite 0 hit's not happening. It's not narrow like it should be. But I think I might have got rid of the jump. Look at that. No jump. And we've got this junk over here, but the intent is for that to be our black line. So let's change that back. Now I don't, there's something about, and this might be because I read into changing palettes. I don't think it matters for this, but you want, if you turn rendering off to update the palettes during that time, then you don't want any sprites in that next, scan line. And we have one. Even if it's transparent, I don't think you can have it. So as stands right now, we have one. Yeah. Yeah, Banshaku. We got, I can't call it glitch free yet, but we've got horizontal and vertical scrolling with a stable, steady, non-moving HUD. Yeah, okay. Part of the thing is I like, after last week's stream, I was like, well, what's next? I always finish these streams with my brain going 100 miles an hour and lay there in bed thinking about what I'm doing and stuff. And so like, well, peek into scrolling seems to be the next logical thing. So that line is all ugly. Looks like we're off. But anyway, I started down the rabbit hole of looking into scrolling, and I got all the way into PPU updates, and I'm like, okay, this stuff is getting complicated. but this isn't, we're not getting that complex yet. I don't know if we're gonna have to do PP updates. At least I don't have to worry about the MMC3 version. Yeah, is that where the difference in, well, I do have to worry about that in some parts of my life, I guess. When this IRQ is set to 0. So let's, I'm trying to figure out if, yeah, so my Y scroll is actually off by 1. It should be 1 down. So I think I'm off by 1 pixel. I set it to 32, but it's actually should be 31. Yeah, Impact Soft's having fun with that. Okay, so that should fix the Y scroll. What was the other thing I was talking about fixing? I don't remember. Okay. So we're getting that glitch, but this is what we had before. It's because of that because our CHR bank switch happens in those vines. We should be able to clean that up. Can we get glitch-free scrolling both directions by the end of the night? Well, and we haven't done up name table updates and stuff, but with the plan that we have, I don't see why we can't update those without glitches. Okay. So that's fixed. One thing I want to do, so select draws this. I want to kind of want to try to have one build scroll both directions. So this is release start. Let's call it reset scroll. So select does these things, turns rendering off, resets. It resets the playfield, and we don't really care about that. Push select. Waits for the release before continuing. Push start. So start is going to be our scroll X, or scroll Y, sorry. And select be our scroll X. Okay. So this is mostly the same. Push select. Increment X. We don't need all this code, but whatever. So start, scrolls are Y, quits is saying, didn't you change set it background to use something that's in the accumulator? I forget. Yeah, I did. I changed, oh, and that broke it? Is my select button? My select is not working. I don't know if that affects anything though. I just used push select setup background. We commented that code out though because I had it so that you can load one name table or the other with setup background so that we can load both, but we're not even using that code. So why doesn't my select button work? Increment scroll X. Oh, because I commented that code out of our scrolling. Okay, so we kind of want a variable to say which type of scroll we're doing. But we kind of already have that with scroll X. Might be a 0 issue there though using scroll X. But let's just for now say if scroll X is 0, we won't update it. And that might be okay. Y scroll might take care of it anyway. So this is our X scroll code that we commented out. And that's why it doesn't work, because it's not there. Okay. So, is this the GUI you've been waiting for? Yeah. No. No, it's not Voltar. Okay. So if scroll X is 0, we just jump to the split Y. And we'll have an end split. So all right. So we load scroll X. If it's 0, we go to the Y split. If not, we perform the X split. Let's try that. Run. All right, so there's our Y split and Y scrolling. We get 1. Why am I masking preserving the 2 lowest bits? For this here, for the X split, because we want the so we load the name table address. And why I don't think he ever really, so scroll name table just is used for the X. It's like the 9th bit of the X scroll. I think he's just ensuring he's not doing anything else with it. Name table select. Oh, name table select 0 through 3. Yeah, so the lowest 2 bits. So this is just, I just copied that from, well, this is basically still Brad's example code. I don't think actually, we don't want anything else there. It'll mess things up because that ends up getting written to 2000 and we don't want to change our other, we don't want to set emphasis bits or change. We're only looking to set, wait, what am I looking at? 2000. Oh, that's 2001. We're just looking to set the base name table address, which is the least 2 significant bits. So I don't think it's needed because those other ones never get set, but we definitely don't want them to be set. Yeah. Not the color, because I was looking at the wrong one. So we don't want to mess with the PPU slave select, the NMI background or sprite enabled name table or pattern table addresses. We don't want those ones changed. So why does my scroll X only scroll 1 bit? It was working before, but I think it's something to do with my code. Push select. Reset scroll. Let's look at our variable. Mess is awesome. Took a hot dump. Zelda Outlands today. Don't understand how it worked. Yeah, messing is exceptional. Okay, let's see. It's only getting set to 1. Yeah, how do you do that, Koetsu? Add the variable to your watch list. Is it here? Add to watch. Oh, it's that simple. I was trying to do it before and creating it here. I didn't. Boom. I was sure there was some way to do it. I just didn't know how. All right, so you can see it's my Is it really not changing? See, that's why I want to see it, but it only shows me. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I do kind of like seeing it in the memory viewer. Because here, you can see it. You can see it changing. And scroll name table does have some other bits set. I don't think they're used for anything, but they're set. Anyway, so scroll wise, doing its thing. Scroll X, being used for two purposes. Well, why not? So here's how I'm using it. If I push select, I increment scroll X. We shouldn't need this Y stuff because we're not doing that. But we do need, so load scroll X, branch on equal. So we toggle the name table bit. But why wouldn't I hit? Oh, wait a second. So I push select draw, and then jumper reset scroll. Why am I doing that? Oh, releasing start reset scroll. But I'm just basically trying to do the same thing that the start button was doing. Draw everything and finish the frame. Draw a cursor, PP update, main loop. Yeah, it does. But it should only be getting called. Reset scroll should only be called when the button's getting released. Reset scroll. Oh. Look at that, that's where scroll name table is getting set to something else. See, that's why that masking is there for stupid mistakes like that. So, because it resets this, I mean, my Y is working. My debugger wasn't causing problems, I guess. What? Oh, it's still held. Well, where am I loading 0 though? Because reset scroll should only get called. Maybe just set a breakpoint. Look what's going on in the code, but push select, because let's just try this. Let's just, because this, I mean, we had it working before. I'm just trying to do the same thing that we had going before and move it to a joypad select calls reselect. So oh, wait a second. Yeah, so we don't check other buttons. It just gets out of this, and it won't actually call this. Oh, that's why. So I think we can move this. So this way, we load gamepad and pad start. If starts being pressed, it draws a screen and it bypasses all this other code that's going on here. If select is being pressed, it'll go trump everything and won't look for the rest of the buttons. And if neither of those getting pressed, then we reset scroll and check for other buttons. Oh, I think I might have broke some other code though. Because I was... Okay, so start increment scroll Y and select increment scroll X. Alrighty. Start, scroll Y, select scroll X. Boom. We got it, and I think we can easily get rid of these glitches. That should just be as simple as moving our tiles around, because the heads-up display uses these 3 tiles to draw that bottom row, and they're blank down here, you can see. But we have a bank table switch, and these 3 are not black on the bottom. So if the heads-up display was drawn with those other tiles, that would fix it. Do we want to bother doing that right now? The other thing that I kind of wanted to do was clean up the sprite 0 hit, but maybe it's fine as is. I'm just afraid I might come back sometime and try to change the palettes or something and not realize that we got a sprite there. Let's just try to fix that quick. So we'll just draw it on this whole bottom line. And then we'll have to move the sprite 0 up 1 pixel. Save. Man. All right, the Y position is 23. Yeah. I think that was a... So here's another thing though. So when we're scrolling, we have all kinds of glitches in that same line, but yeah, so that's going to be a problem because I was scrolling in the X, right? It's always so the name table is always these three tiles. There's some jitter there. Which is fine, but it's when we scroll in the Y direction, I think we're actually doing it a scan line early. We don't really want to update the scroll. Well, but because I think we have to mask a line of... This is easy to get rid of on the X because we're not changing the Y scroll when we change the X. The Y stays the same. And so it's just those vine tiles that need to not have a collision. But when we scroll in the Y, at this end of this scan line, at the end of this, which is scan line 31, 30, yep. So it's the bottom, it's the white line of the HUD. At the end of that, we update the Y scroll, and we're setting it to, you know, someplace down here. And so those tile numbers, the name table data is getting drawn there. I don't know how to say that better. When it's the PPU looks up the name tables to decide which tile to draw there. when we only update the X scroll. I think I understand it though. I just don't know how to explain it. And if I can explain it well, then maybe I can come up with a solution. So for the X scroll, the Y position doesn't change. So the PPU looks up. Well, hold on, but if you look at this scrolling, you can see that scrolling going on there. But it doesn't matter. I guess the real question is if we move that heads-up display tiles to be with the bricks and we get rid of the glitch, then for the X scroll anyway, let's just do that. I wasn't sure if I wanted to bother with it, but might learn something. Oops. Okay. Let's just save this session as the hood. Okay. So what I want to do is put the heads-up display in these. If this is kind of where our bricks are in this bottom 3 tiles, the bottom row is always black. So if we use these 3 tiles as the bottom 3, then the bank table switch won't cause a problem. Okay. Let's just go ahead and break these so that we don't have issues. Or I could have deleted them, but okay. Save this session. Oh. No. Save session HUD. Yes. Now name table. all I did. So this is HUD. Let's do this by 32. This is heads-up display, and this is tiled data. So name table. Name table is a bit. Save name table only. So we have this row here. Now they're using F tiles. Now they're all right. Save that, and we need to export our CHR. Okay. I think that did it. Close that. All right. Don't have it there. Okay, yes. So we have clean X scrolling. And the reason why is because we don't quite understand what I did to get the clean X. Well, let me explain why it was broken, and then hopefully it'll make sense. So if you remember last time, we implemented our CHR banking to give us more tile sets. And if you look, so what we did is the frame starts rendering and we have CHR Bank 0 selected. And CHR Bank 0 is our heads-up display pattern table. And we had these up here. We're using these tiles, tile index 3, 4, and 5. And now if you look at these tiles over here, right? If you look right here, there's a black line. The bottom line is black. So the actual split between name tables, name table bytes is in between the black line and the bricks. So that's the boundary between name table addresses. So that last row of the HUD is actually the black line underneath these tiles. Now, it was being drawn with tiles 3, 4, and 5. And we actually introduced this glitch last time. When we get to the end of scanline, so that's scanline 31. When you get to the end of scanline 30, which is one up from the bottom, we did our CHR bank switch. We switched from this pattern table at the end of scanline 30 to this one. Well, if you look at tile indexes 3, 4, and 5, because what's it going to draw when it starts rendering scanline 31? It's going to draw those tiles 3, 4, and 5, because that's what the name table, that's the name table says to draw. Well, named with pattern table tiles 3, 4, and 5, what's this bottom line that it's rendering on 31? It's the bottom of the vines, right? So that's why we had that glitch there, because we were changing the pattern table tiles too early, basically. We were changing them in the middle of, before the last line of the tile had been rendered, or rather moved the HUD tiles. Yeah, so we moved the HUD tiles. Instead of having up here, it didn't really matter where. We just needed it so that when this bank switch happened, these are the 3 tiles that are being drawn on scanline 31. It's the last line of these 3 tiles. If we put them down here, it's all black on the bottom 3 lines, or the bottom line for these 3 tiles. So the bank switch happens, boom. We switch to this bank. It's going to draw these scan lines, or it's going to draw these tiles, which are also happen to be black. So that data doesn't change. It's all black still. So instead of using 3, 4, 5, we're using, right, F0, 1, 2, which happens to have the same. So that's how we got rid of it. Now, same situation is happening when we have when we introduce a scroll X, because when we scroll in the X direction, we don't change anything with the Y. So the PPU goes to say, okay, well, which tiles am I loading from the name table? So these name table tiles are still the same. Wait. This for X, I think it doesn't take effect into the next scan line. So split X scroll before the end of the line. The fine register gets updated immediately, but the coarse horizontal component does not get updated until the end of the line. Okay, I think I get it. So the X scroll is updating, but what's in there? If I select, I don't think, how do I change which name table is, or which pattern table is being displayed? Anyway, if you look at, so when we're scrolling in the X direction, right? This line 31 all the way across from both name tables, what tile is it saying to draw? If we have the heads up display in both, it's still these same tiles. If we have the heads up display in both, it's all black, right? We would get some glitching if it happened on, you know, in these first top 6 pixels, but this last row is just all black. So when we scroll into the next name table, it's still just a line of black for that scan line. But when we scroll on the Y, that goes out the window, because if you look, which tile, this is the screen being drawn here, you know, 4 lines down, which tile is being drawn? Well, it's some tile in the middle of the screen. And so our trick no longer works, because we don't know that it's those 3 tiles anymore when we're just do the Y scrolling, but I don't know, man. If it was like constantly scrolling like this, that one bad scan line might be a distraction, but like if you're only scrolling in the Y to go between rooms, like I don't even know how noticeable it is. The only thing that's interesting to me is it seems to be the course or why there's so there's still some X scrolling going on there, and I think maybe something's not getting fully updated until the next scan line. So I think it's talking about some glitching. Okay. So split XY scroll. To split the X and the Y, because I don't think there's just a Y. If you're doing Y split, you can easily do an X at the same time. Must perform 4 writes to completely reload V. Without the second write, only the horizontal position of V will be loaded from T at the end of the scan line. By writing twice, the second causes this immediate full reload from V to T, allowing you to update the vertical scroll in the middle of the screen. Because of the background pattern FIFO, visible effect of a mid scanline write is delayed by 1 to 2 writes. Timing is important because the Y and the V will be incremented at .256. You must either set it to the intended. Okay, so maybe this is getting into. See the last paragraph. Split X scroll though. Didn't you make it so only X updates? So it only updates X in some situations and Y in others. Yeah. I'm not sure what you might be talking about. I think you're talking about this paragraph. In this example, we perform 2 writes, 2005, 2006. We will set the X scroll, the Y scroll, and the name table select by writes of 2005 and 6. Yeah, and I just know it's always 0. No, of the split X scroll selection. This one here. Well, and our X scroll is fine. For X scroll, we just need it to happen before H blank. So I'm not sure if I'm understanding what you're saying, but I wanted to read this here. So the timing is important because the Y and the V will be incremented at .256. You must either set it to the intended Y minus 1 before 256. See, I don't know where we're setting it. Or set it to Y after 256. Many games that use split scrolling have a visible glitch at the end of the line by timing it early like this. That statement doesn't make sense to me. Timing is important because the Y scroll in the V will be incremented at .256. Sure. Because dot 256. Where's dot 256? I thought I talked about it. Where? Isn't there a whole discussion of... Here we go, 256. If rendering is enabled, PPU increments the vertical position V. Effective Y scroll coordinate is incremented, which is a complex operation that will correctly skip the attribute tables. Yeah, so 256 dot 256 increments the vertical position. So I have to do it. So because the Y is incremented 256, gotcha. You must either set it to Y minus 1 before 256 or set it to Y after 256. So when that happens depends upon which value we write. Many game, this is the statement, this sentence, it doesn't make sense to me. Many games that use split scrolling have a visible glitch at the end of the line by timing it early like this. Like what? And it's talking about the glitch like it's a feature or something. Many games use split scrolling has a visible glitch by at the end of the line by timing it early. They're saying by doing it before dot 256, you get a glitch. Okay. Alternatively, you can set the Y, the intended Y, after 256. The last two writes will be timed to fall within H blank to avoid any visible glitch. H blank begins after 256 and ends at 320. Yeah. I mean, the last two writes have to happen in H blank. Is it saying if I do it early, then I only get a glitch right here at the end of the line? The last two writes can be timed to fall. I'm trying to figure out who wrote that. Well, and I'm not, it's not that it's, I'm having a hard time understanding it. So the last two writes, 2005, 2006, can be timed to fall within H blank to avoid any visible glitch. Yeah, it's after 256 and ends at 320 when the first tile is fetched. Okay, great. That's what we did. Because this method sets V immediately, it can be used to set the scroll in the middle of the line. This is not normally recommended, as the difficulty of exact timing and interaction of the tile fetches makes it difficult to do cleanly. Anyway, so I think what this is saying is you can make the Y scroll right before dot 256. Oh, wait, hold on a second. I don't know if I did this right. I wrote the name table number, Y, X, low byte. It can be done in 4 writes. The last 2 writes should occur in H blank. Setting X and Y. This looks like it's doing a different method. Isn't it? So the split, to split both the X and Y, we need 4 writes. Alternatively, without the second write 2006. Only the horizontal position of V will be loaded. Yeah, so the writing twice 2006, an immediate full reload from B to T, allowing you to update the vertical scroll in the middle of the screen. Because of the background pattern FIFO, okay. The visible effect of a mid scanline write is delayed by 1 to 2 tiles. But we're not doing a mid scanline write, right? The writes to PP registers are done in order. Yeah, I'm missing the comments. Yeah. Rain Warrior wrote it. It was a huge revamp commit. I think what he's talking about is the stuff described in split X scroll, a glitching crap on the end of the scan line. I mean, I can imagine how if you did these writes before the end of the scan line, you're going to have a glitch at the end. Don't remember if I write code, but we need a programmer's reference. Yeah. Yeah, and I am doing H blank in, or Y scroll in H blank. Yeah. If you're not doing mid scale, right? So, and I'm not. I don't think. Well, here's my breakpoint. Oh, am I too late? Oh, maybe my last write's too late. Cause look at that, I'm at .339, and does that? I don't know if it's actually falling over, but we can bring that in. My code slowed down because I was checking if scroll X was set. Prepared the Y scroll and register in time to H blank in order to PPU control. PPU control. Talking about the base name table. Scroll vertically in Messen with the event viewer up and look at the PPU writes. Yeah, I think these ones are happening late. Or it can. It's hard to see. This one, where'd it happen? Yeah. Yep, 2006 writes happen at .7. Gosh, Messen is so great to show you all this stuff. Otherwise, you're just like guessing. Yeah, okay. We added a bunch of, well, and the other thing I didn't really check is how the timing's affected when it's scrolling. Because yeah. Okay, so I think I just need to change my timing. There's quite a bit of jitter in there, but it doesn't look like it happens as much earlier than line or dot 315. So the only thing I'm wondering is, so no, the last two writes don't appear to happen any earlier than 315. I just want to make sure that when I do the X scrolling, the writes are still, well, and it shouldn't really all right, let's bring it in. So in the X scroll, we've only got two writes, 2005, 2006, or 2000. We don't want to really bring that too much further in, but I forget which write happens to happen when. And it maybe doesn't matter. It just needs to be, so split X. Yeah, so you can get a glitch. You want to have it happen before H blank. Which one? The first write should be as close to the end as possible before H blank. So 2005, I'm not doing it before H blank. I'm gonna bring that in too. Because for the X scroll, the first should be done as close to the end of the line as possible. Okay, so this is my breakpoint. So for the X, it's happening as late as, what, 82? Yeah. So for X happens as late as 282. We want to happen before 256. So 82 minus 56. We need to bring the X in by at least 26 dots. The Y is similar, so I think we can just so Y is happening as late as 31, and we got to get it done. We got to get it done before, well, we're 31 pixels too late. So if we try to bring everything in about 32 some pixels. Yeah, so let's move our, well, where's our actual sprites that are happening? I can't really see it. Anyway, it's somewhere here-ish. PPU, sprite viewer, position 206. So 206 minus 32 or so. 174. Let's set it to 173. So we're getting some glitches on that far right. I think the further we push it to the right, the better. But we have much less glitching on the Y. We do have some at the beginning of the scan line. But it's not much. Let's look at our event viewer. So we're scrolling in the Y, and these are our last two rights. This is 2006, 2005, 2005, 2006. So there it's 317, looks to be about the latest. Yeah, 317. What about so which right? I forget. The first one has to be done before the end. Which is this one. So we want to push this guy as close to the end as possible. Which I think we're at 243. So dot 243, we can push it to 255. We can add about 12. That's just some bad math. I mean, everything's happening. Still getting that. Did I actually? Anyway, did I actually do what I meant to do? So we're doing X scrolls. Sometimes it happens really early. I must have some variable code there. But if you watch for the breakpoint doesn't change that much. Oh, no, the breakpoint drops back quite a bit too. So maybe it's just a worst case in my sprite zero loop. Anyway, scrolling can be cleaned up. I'm pretty happy with that. I thought maybe I just wasn't looking close enough, but I thought we had like completely glitch free in the X. Now the only thing is if we did the X update in HBlank in the same manner as Y, we didn't have this code that's like, if it's X, do this, if it's Y, do this. What do we get? Because that's pretty dang clean. I mean, there's some glitches here, but that's good enough for government work there. But the exterior code is dealing with changing the X and Y. Let's just I'm going to commit this. whatever. Okay. So I'm wondering if we can get rid of the X glitch by doing the scroll updates the same. So we'll just do this all at the same time. Scroll Y and X. Now here I load the name table. I always do it of 4, but this will change with X. Yeah, well, the code's right there. My thing is we want reset scroll clears scroll name table, but I want name table to be default of 1. So we write the name table to 2006, shifted by 2 bits. Load scroll Y, 2005. We prepare it, but we also have to OR in X bit shifted. What do we have? For OR options. Can we OR in X? No, we can do immediate. So we use a temporary and OR that in. So we're still before, this code can all happen before. You'd be like, and maybe we want to, I mean, we can have this preparation of these writes into 0 page or whatever and quickly retrieve them if we need to. Okay. So we don't have an ASR, but we have RAR. Carry bit is shifted into bit 7. So we can RAR it and then mask it. Okay. Wait a second. Wait a second. What am I doing? The last 2006 write. X ANDed. Okay, so we want those upper 5 bits because we're going to shift it over by 3. And Y, we want those 3 bits and we're going to shift it over by 2. So we're actually, we bit shift it 3 times, but then we actually want to keep the bottom 5 bits. I don't know what I could clear carry and do all this, but 0. What's your question there? Oh, I'm not sure. Let's see. So I think you're talking about reset scroll, or no, that's not it. Whoops. Yeah, so when we scroll in the Y direction, Y wraps at 240. And so your question, why not just LDA and STA? Oh, messing. That event viewer. I think it's still going though. I don't know why not. Compare LDA. Well, when it hits 240, we want to set it back to 0. So you're, oh, shit. Yeah. LDA scroll Y, compare 240, branch of carry clear, skip. And if we instead just loaded I guess I don't see how your code would work. LDA and 2004. Why not just load scroll Y and... Because that wouldn't set it back to 0. Right? If we loaded Y and we ANDed it and then we stored it, or would it set it back to 0? Your AND 240. We still want some of those bits. I don't think your code would work, but maybe I'm misunderstanding it. Yeah. Because if it's 240, we want to set it to 0, and we don't want to change it in any other instance and except for that. But if it was 240 and we ANDed it, then you would be... I have to look at it in binary to figure out what you're saying would actually happen. My mind goes to Brad's solution. That doesn't mean there's not another one, but that's where my mind goes. Anyway. Is it Aura? Yeah, we can just Aura temp. So A has the final write. LDX, scroll X, store X, 2005. So we could make this code tighter, but I don't think these writes matter. It's saying that only the last two writes need to be an H blank. Gotta be forgetting something here, but... Oh, the scroll name table. I'm gonna mess things up here. Oh, wait. I should always be setting it properly, but I shouldn't actually need this AND. That Justin. Okay, so we load the name table, we AND it, we shift it left 2 bits, we write it to 2006. We write load Y, write it to 2005, prepare 2006. So we AND it with F8, we shift it left 2 bits, we store it in temp, Oh, where's my... Oh, Y is still in A. Okay. We store it in temp. We load X. We rotate. And then we mask. We only want the bottom 5 bits. And we OR it with temp. So A contains 2006, right? We load X with scroll X. We store X 2005. We store A 2006. Nope, that's not right. And we have extra glitching, but our timing's all messed up. Probably is. So 2005, here's our rights. Way out there. 2006, 2007. So those need to be brought in a lot. And that's probably why the scroll X is not working, because those aren't happening at the right time. So this is happening .39. Need to bring it in about 40-ish. I said 40-ish, yeah. So that looks about the same. And our X's. Well, it looks like we're still late. All right, I had a little issue there with the Messen memory leak, I think. Go ahead and grab this new build. Survived for a while, but I guess it's good that it happened to prevent that from causing issues in the future. Oh, it looks weird. Oh. Okay. All disorganized here. Anyway, I think we're moving again here. So anyway, we X scroll is not right. Y scroll appears to be about the same. So where's our rights happening? Seem like they're still late sometimes. Because that's pixel number 1. If we're, it's interesting. So it's, if I'm not doing anything, it's fine, but it's still late. If I scroll on the Y, yeah, it's still happening late. And if I scroll on the X, yeah, it's still happening late. We just move further, I guess. Moved it so far, but is there timing right at least? Why is it not moving when I move my sprite 0? Yeah. Worth checking out. Brad code TM. There was a good reason. I'm trying to figure out why it seems like I can't move my code by moving my sprite 0 hit. Let's just move it even further, just for make sure my changes are actually taking place. What time is it? 1 a.m. Jeez, still haven't gotten adjusted to this daylight savings time nonsense. And I don't even know if that's why. Okay, so I moved it. It looks pretty good. It's pretty right there in the middle. Oh, I'm pushing both of them. Pretty stable. Yeah, so something's wrong with our X scroll math, probably. I guess the question is we'll look at our does it look like it's cycling through? Oh, what about name table? No, it's not that. So it looks like X is incrementing all the way through. It's just that we're probably messing up the writes to the scroll registers. Some bad logic there. So check this out again. So I don't think it's a name table. LDX STX. We load A with scroll X. We rotate it 3 times to bit shift. And then we AND only what we want, and we OR it with temp. Oh, yeah. So I guess maybe set a we can look at what the actual, don't forget to reset. The AND is wrong. You sure? Because we're rotating it, we're shifting it 3 bits to the right, and then we only want to keep the bottom 5 bits. Oh, damn it. That's what I get for trying to be fancy with binary. I'm not used to being able to use binary. Koitsu for the save. Let's see. Hey, look at that. We did it. So we cleaned up our X glitches by having this little so this method of X scroll 4 pixels of timing jitter unavoidable 2005 should be written as early, too late. So you could, if you're using this method of X scroll split, you pretty much have to conceal it with a sprite. To eliminate it altogether, do this advanced means. And that was a nice stepping stone. But then once we got the Y scroll working, may as well do X in the same spot and get rid of the glitch. So, gosh golly, we've got You can't sleep. Yeah, I should be sleeping, but everything's just working. The old PPU scroll page. Yep. Oh, Brad, we've been talking about you all night long. All good things. So we got clean X scroll. We got rid of our jitter, our glitches. Oh yeah, all the Brad. We which Brad are we talking about? No, just Brad Smith's code and lots of the Brad dungeon. Yeah. So I think this is good enough. We've got perfectly clean X scrolling and Y scrolling. So I think there's some glitches right here. The volume things is working on DPCM. Submit melody, see the volume border shown. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Manchaku. Probably something else. Anyway, I think there's a little bit of a glitch there, but why is there a white line at the bottom of the HUD? Are you talking about this one right here? That's our sprite 0, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I just have it white just to see it. If that's what you're asking, we can change the color and palette or whatever and be gone. Yeah, just to be able to see where it's at. Yeah, I think this is looking good. So we have all our scroll updates. And we're only using vertical mirroring. It feels good. It's tempting to want to solve some of these things with hardware, but when you can get it working with a simple jumper, it's all that more rewarding. So we have to do all of our name table updates and everything, but here's kind of my plan. We have vertical mirroring. Heads up table or display will always be on the first name table up here. By default, we're going to have the play field on the second name table B, and it's going to be in below where the heads up display would be. So default will be in B. If we're going to do a left scroll, then we'll load up name table A with the next screen data, and we'll just do an X scroll straight in there. I only go one direction right now, but we can scroll in from the left or the right, whichever way we're going. We'll load the name table and scroll in there. Now, once we get there, we don't want to stay with the play field in the first name table because we're not going to be well prepared to do a horizontal scroll. So once we get there, we can update name table B to be the same and just do a seamless jump to their name table to get back to our default state. Now, if we do a horizontal scroll, we've got these 4 rows where the heads up display would be as a buffer. We will start filling in the next screens either from the bottom up if we're scrolling up or the top down if we're scrolling down. We'll update those. Those rows in our buffer there, and we'll scroll into it. Once we get there, we'll still need to fix it though, because we'll no longer be aligned for an X scroll. I can't think of a good way to do that other than jump in and out of name table A. So we get there, we don't have our scroll aligned. We're sitting in the upper area where the heads up display would be. We can get name table A to be what we want, jump over there, update all of name table B, and then jump back, and now we're back in our default state. So it's a lot of jumping around, but I think it'll work. Anyway, I don't know. That's probably good enough for one evening. I'm happy with that progress. I wasn't sure we were going to be able to get that going. All right, so I suppose we'll go ahead and do our little recap that we can send people to if they want to see the small stuff. So this is a recap of stream 9. We started off from last time where we had our heads up display and our play field being in view. We started jumping into scrolling. So our first goal was to get X scrolls, and we did that. First, we ended up running into a problem where we were creating infinite loops with our sprite 0 running into 0 background with no opacity. So we fixed that just as a temporary fix, and then we moved our sprite 0. So our sprite 0 at the beginning of the stream was over here somewhere. We ended up having to, the whole time we just continually moved it in. So we moved it up a little bit so that we could get our 2005s. We used the split X scroll method where you make 2 writes, 2000 and 2005. And we got that working. That code's commented out now. It's right here though. So we loaded scroll X and the name table, and we wrote to 2005 and 2000. So we had that working. And looked something like this. We also went ahead, and it looks like mirroring right now, but I have the same background loaded into both play fields. So this is our first name table, and this is our second. So anyway, you can see us scrolling between name tables and the X. That's not actually the code we're running right now. But anyway, we got that working. And we started working on the Y scroll. So that takes 4 writes: 2006, 2005, 2005, 2006. Just doing that X scroll, you have got to get the first write to happen just before the end of the scan line. And you'll still get a little bit of a glitch there. I don't remember seeing it, but I don't think I was looking close enough. Anyway, so when you do the X and Y, the last 2 writes have to happen in H blank. So you can see those here. 2005, 2006. The last 2 writes are inside H blank. The first ones are out here. I've got a bunch of setup code in between there, but these don't matter as far as I understand and can see. And we had 2 different chunks of code. We're running this one for scroll X, and we were running, you can kind of see some of it here, it's evolved, but we got 2006, 2005, and then we did our final 2 writes. I don't think I can show it easily, but from the end of last stream, we had a glitch on this scan line 31, the last line of the HUD, which is all black. And that was caused by we're on CNROM, and we were using these top 3 tiles. I kind of trashed them here, but we were using these 3 tiles, so tiles 0 through 5 for the first, or the bottom 3 tiles that get used on the HUD. And then when the bank the bank switch happened, it flipped us over to this bank. And so we were seeing these 3 tiles, the bottom of them, you can see they're not black here. So those vines were getting displayed as tiles for this bottom line of the heads up display. So to fix that, we know that these 3 tiles down here, these bricks, the bottom line is black. And that's what we want, is 3 tiles with black for the last row. And so what we ended up doing, instead of using these up here, we move these tiles down here basically. And we regenerated our heads up display portion of the name table and pasted that in. So when the bank switch happens, these 3 tiles get replaced with these 3, and they're all black for that last row. So you don't see any glitching due to the bank switch. And we still had a glitch happening right here at the very end because of the way that we did the X scroll. So this glitch is unavoidable mostly. You can cover it up with sprites, or you can do the more complicated method for X and Y. We had already been doing the Y. We just combined, instead of assuming X scroll was 0, we brought in some code to do everything in one shot. And so this is our final routine. We had to keep as we added code, we had to keep shifting our sprite 0 up so that we would get these last 2 writes to still happen with an H blank, which you can see here. Somewhere around .300 to 312 or so, and there's some jitter there, but it stays, they stay within H blank. So we have our Sprite 0 hit. And then we have our first 2006 write, which is just the name table shifted by 2 bits. So we load that and shift it right. Then we just write scroll Y to 2005. And accumulator still has scroll Y in it. So for the very final write, we get everything prepared. We AND it with F8, shift it 2 bits, store it in a temporary, load up our scroll X, shift it by 3 bits, and then we mask out. We only keep the bottom 5 bits. Koetsu remind me of my little pound there. We had that bug, and then we OR it back in the Y portion of that, and so now the accumulator contains the Y, the final write. So then we just do our load scroll X, store 2005, 2006, and that's it. So yeah, we've got everything working. In one shot. Now, where is my debugger? So we've got clean X splits, X scrolling. There's nothing to be desired there. It's basically perfect. Our Y is close enough as far as I'm concerned. I think there is some glitching going on right about here. The bottom line of the heads-up display is no longer black because that's where our update happens. I'm wondering if we do a Y scroll, a vertical scroll, we could delay everything by a scan line. If we did that, I mean, I don't even know how much it matters, but we'd get back a black line, and then that little glitch would just be down a line. But when we scroll now, the play field bumps up right against the bottom of the HUD instead of having that black line. So that code needs to happen where it's at for the X scroll to avoid glitching, I think. Definitely does for the bank switching. But I think it's fine. It's just a temporary screen transition, and then it'll be back. So I can nitpick at that if I really want to at some point, but this is plenty good and close enough to what we want for a final scrolling engine. Well, that's not an engine, it's just we got the writes happening at the right time. So next up, I guess we're going to look into loading up name tables with different screens, and then getting the screen updates and jumping around the name tables as we need to go to different things. But yeah, good progress this evening. Thanks everybody for tuning in, and all the tips. We did have that memory leak that killed my stream, and I think it killed OBS. I don't think it was OBS's fault, but anyway, we're running the new build, so hopefully that won't happen again. But yeah, yeah, I need to do that so that I don't accidentally use the old one. But yeah, everybody have a good rest of your evening and get some sleep. And oh, I might be doing a small stream on Sunday or so. I got some little Ethernet adapter for my other laptop, so I don't have to be using Lauren's. And I'm not 100% sure how that computer's going to do with streaming, so I might just on Sunday come in and just play some Alwa, maybe tinker around a little bit. I don't really plan on doing any development, but so if you see that and want to tune in and give me feedback on how my streaming is working with that, then we'll be better set up for next week if I change. But have a good night, and we'll catch you guys next time.